Okay, I like to think we're recording. First off, all the music, I got a playlist on this channel that you can check out, take a look at it. Is by Machinima Sound. I'll probably leave the rights crediting in the description proper, but like I said, you can check out the playlist on this channel. I figured I'd make some, some kind of a playlist of royalty-free stuff. I'm not a musician, but I'm like tempted to maybe try my hand at it myself at some point. Probably wouldn't go over well, but Anyway, we're gathered here because I am going to finish in this session graphing the second chapter, the 2-star series of Principia Mathematica. And like I said, I'm not going to record myself graphing all of these in the book because that would, for a number of reasons, that would strain me. First of all, the first thing I want to cover is that would strain me. Talking while you're doing stuff like this, or just being recorded at all, is kind of taxing, regardless of context. Whether it's graphing or playing a video game, which I started uploading a playthrough of Grim Dawn, an isometric ARPG. If what I just said sounds like gibberish, don't worry about it. It just means an action RPG or role-playing game from an isometric, as in third-person top-down view from an angle, from like a 45-degree angle-ish. Yeah, it's a really good game. It's kind of a gimmick playthrough you can check out. I'll leave the link to my gaming channel in the description for this. But yeah, anyway, we're keeping our mascot as this little guy. I just kind of left him up here while I was doing the other stuff, because why not? Off camera. But I've made certainly some progress. We only have 6 more to go, actually, before the summary of Star 3, the logical product of 2 propositions. Now, I've got to say, there will be a significant amount less of these as we go forward that I'll actually be recording myself doing. Namely because I did the math, like back of the napkin math, and I'm bad at math, by the way, so, give or take a couple decades, but if I only did 3 theorems a day, it would take me 72 years. And this is one of those kind of things where the more you do, like with each additional thing, right? Like with each additional component added, you get a significant, like, stark reduction in time of the project. So, like, doing 30 theorems a day on average would result in it taking about a year-ish. So that's like my baseline. Whenever I finally, as I explained in some of my videos on my playthrough of Grim Dawn on the other channel, I'll briefly cover here that I've had a lot of stuff happen in my life. Not anything like serious, like death of the family kind of stuff, but still stuff that requires my attention and my, mental and physical resources. So, I've kind of been, plus I'm kind of exhausted from making the Philosopher's Map. That took 4 months, one of which I was in a recovery from a procedure that I had done. So, like, I spent 4 months working basically whenever I was awake, doing, like, I didn't play video games, I didn't watch TV, I didn't do anything like that. I just spent nothing but time working on the theory work and stuff for the Philosopher's Map whenever I wasn't in that 1 month of recovery. And I released the Philosopher's Map on August 26th, and Principia Mathematica came to my door at the morning of the 29th, so I had about 3 days off. and then I immediately spent the next 3 weeks again, basically every waking moment that I wasn't eating or doing other biological maintenance stuff, like just studying the introduction to get through the first 100 pages. Like I said, that took me like 3 weeks. And then once I started doing this graphing stuff, shortly after, I had a bunch of stuff come down on my head in real life, and I feel exhausted. It's just kind of that sort of thing, you know? Especially since whenever I was working on Principia, it's not like I took weekends off. I didn't have like a Saturday. You know, whenever I say I spent 4 months, I don't mean I spent 4 months with weekends. I mean I spent literally every day working on it in some respect or another. So with that pity party out of the way, again, this is the last of the 2-star. Once I do get started on this, basically I said all of that to reconcile the fact that I might not have another upload on this channel for a little while of me doing this, and that whenever I get back, I will probably be in 4 or even 5-star territory. Now, I've mentioned it before, but they cut from 5 straight to 9. It goes 2-star, 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, and then 9, like star 9. There is no star 6, 7, or 8. I'm not sure how many like whole numbers are just cut from the final production, but it's just worthy of note. I messed around with my audio settings a little bit to try and make my stuff sound a little less bad, for want of a better word. Alright, so enough procrastinating. First one we got up is a... Yes, okay. So I've been doing some more templating. Basically, I've been condensing the previous templates. As you can see here, there are some that have been drastically shortened. In fact, I will almost certainly get rid of this. Just to, I mean like this, you know, compare that to yeah, like compare these two, right? This is the same shape as that, the same morphology, it's just drastically less space efficient. By the way, I went with this music not just because this is kind of like, you know, it's the final 6 of the opening chapter of me actually graphing these, but also because this is the kind of music I actually like. You know, no offense to Jazz in Paris, I think it's a great song. I'm just saying that this is the music that I would actually listen to on my own. You know, this is more dubstep-y than I like, but I don't mind a little bit of dubstep. I'm not a big fan of dubstep style music. Now, the goofy thing here is, this is part of why templating is such a powerful tool, and by the way, this is, I've begun using the, hold on, let me see, so that's all numpad plus 2283. I've begun using the actual, like, like the Unicode character for implication, because it's just easier on the fly. But this is kind of the power of templating. Because that's the next shape I need. Okay, I like that. That's good stuff. Okay. I think I remember how I did these. Sorta. So what's weird about this one is that it's another, it's not got the implication. I need to look back and reread the part relevant. Okay. One sec. Okay. So, I went back to 231 so that we could take a look at what's going on here. So, 231 is similar, right? Let me get out this. So, well, yeah, there we go. I thought I saw dim 231 there. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. That was a reference to 231. Check this out. So 231 is written, the demonstration. Well, I guess I should go ahead and write out the whole thing. Okay. I'd be better off moving the book over directly next to me instead of leaning over to read it. Wrong one. Got ahead of myself there. P or now, as we've discussed prior, that this right here, that implies, asserts, and prop is just a QED. I use the therefore symbol because that's essentially what it means. Let me go ahead and save that because that's kind of important. So let's put this up on screen here so that kind of we have this good idea and working memory of what's going on here. So this is the top. Hold on, let me actually capture that. So that's what you're looking at there. And this is what you're looking at in this first section, right? Like, that's what this is inside that box. And then what you're looking at inside this box here is this. Right? And then what you're looking at here inside this box is this. Okay? So this is the gas notation numeral for 4. 3, 2, 1. You get that? Now the thing is that the reason why that's AND right there is because there's a connector. Now if I remember right, the real nutty thing here is that for associative, R over Q, Q over R. Let me go look at that. Well, we actually have it right here. Hold on. Yeah, what am I doing? This is one of the reasons why we just have it here. So you can see, right, for associative as written, if we replace R for Q and Q for R, right? Let me take a sip of my stuff. Which side of this, right? Which side of this becomes that? Let me unscrunchify that. Let me copy, paste. Let me do one a little bit better. So we've got the antecedent right? And then we've got the consequent. Now if you replace R for Q, well, you obviously don't get the antecedent, right? Because it's R or P or Q. So if you replace R for Q, right, this doesn't become, like if you do that in the antecedent, you get R here, and if you replace Q for R, you get Q here. Hold on. Right? So obviously, if you want to get R or P or Q, you have to replace R for Q on the consequent, and Q for R also on the consequent. And that becomes what we have here. Now, notice the symmetry here. This is where the morphology of what we're looking at is actually important. Because the symmetry here is that you're dealing with the consequent. Like, if we look at it proper, right, like, what we're looking at here, right, the thing that we're being given is the consequent. That's what this is. like, justification here is, this is what we are looking at, and the previous thing implies this. Because as stated in the explanation on page 109, that covers over into 110 on the edition that I have, volume 1, what we're dealing with is a shortening of the syllogism, and a shortening of, like, a series of propositions of the form, I'm quoting directly from the book, a series of the propositions of the form, A implies B, B implies C, C implies D, all asserted, and A implies D is the proposition to be proved. Right? Now, at the end of this, the tricky thing to remember is that the point of this is to say that A implies D. Right? The point of all of this is to say and prove that P or Q or R implies P or Q or R, essentially. Right? But we're skipping a ton of logical steps in the sense that we're not skipping them, but condensing them. I should have said condensing them. Like, this is condensing a ton of logical proofs. Now, as I've explained previously in this series, like, the way that it seems that you're supposed to read this book, even though for some reason most people don't actually read the book, they read, like, from what I understand, people read, like, reviews and summaries and commentaries on Principia rather than reading Principia. I hope these graphs help change that. But, like, the way you're supposed to read this book is that each callback is a justification of what's going on next. I've explained before that it's like, if you wanted to explain arithmetic to somebody, and you were like, okay, here's what justifies arithmetic. We start, like, philosophically, we start with the concept that 0 is identical to a set of nothing. And then 1 is identical, and look, if anyone watching this is actually a trained philosopher or logician, don't have an aneurysm. I'm just giving the lay example of this, okay? But you start off with, like, 0 is a set of nothing. 1 is the first singular set of something, right? And you wanted to prove that arithmetic works from these two sets. You'd go like, okay, 0 plus 0 equals 0. You know, you'd have to define... Now, look, I'm skipping over the fact that you would have to define addition, subtraction, multiplication, etc. Let's just say that you have already defined addition. Let's skip that. So you've defined addition in whatever way, you know, using the first two parts. You would then go, okay, 0 plus 0 equals 0. 0 plus 1 equals 1. And then you'd have to go 1 plus 0 equals 1. Just to prove the whole, like, it doesn't matter, whatever. Okay, and then you want to go to 0 plus 1 equals 2. And then 1 plus 0 plus 1 equals 2. And then 1 plus 1 plus 0 equals 2. You get the idea, like, you'd have to figure out all permutations of the first. And then you'd go, okay, now that we have established how 2 is made, let's move on to 3. And then you go 1 plus 0 plus 2 equals 3. 2 plus 0 plus 1 equals 3. You know, 0 plus 1 plus 2 equals 3. Etc. Like, you would start skipping steps because it's able to be inferred what the prior steps are. And then you get to, like, now that you're on 3, right? Oh, and you'd also have to go like 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3 equals 1 plus 2 equals 2 plus 1 equals 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 0 equals 1 plus 1, 1 plus 2 plus 0 equals, you know, like you'd have to make a string like that, where it's like you're showing that all of them are equivalent. And then you'd have to go from 3 to, you know, 1 plus 3 equals 4 equals 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is identical to 2 plus 2 is identical to 2 plus 1 plus 1 is identical to 3 plus 1 plus 0, etc. Like, that's essentially what we're doing here in Principia. That's what all of these callbacks are for. Like, you know, the justification of, like, star 2, 3. And then you go down here and it's like associative RQ, QR. It's the logical equivalent of that. I hopefully have explained it in a way that makes sense. That what you're doing is, you're not, like... This isn't about... This isn't about, like... Once you understand what arithmetic is, and you've covered all the way to, like, you know, in x, like, in sets of x whole integers, now you can begin combining them for operative purposes, meaning, like, actually making it useful. This is just establishing what is. Right, and how it is, and why it is, essentially. And that's part of why I love this book so much, and why I decided to do this graphing project, and I will finish it. But just to get across, that's what's going on here. Now, the reason why I had to go over all of this is to remind myself, like, okay, how did I handle this? Because what we're looking at in, what we're looking at next is another one of these that doesn't have a dangling implication. Now, the problem is that the implications, I handled them differently because they are different. Essentially. I know, shocker. But I need to say that because I have, and probably will continue to, because this is a living work as I make it. Like, I'm going through the book for my first time as I make these. Each time on these recordings, or even whenever I'm not recorded, that I come across one of these, it's brand new to me, right? I'm making these as I go, and I am doing my best to keep this in a standardized, in the sense that, you know, I try not to deviate from a form once it works, and it's rigid, and it's it's solid, and it doesn't have any, like, weirdness that I'm going to have to go back and change. The thing is that there's still going to be some wobbliness. Like, I've had a couple of different forms of representing stuff, and to be fair, even in the first, you know, few, like, even in this first chapter of Principia, like the first real chapter, if you want to call it that, because the Star 1 chapter is more expositional. Right? It's more of a setup for Chapter 2 than anything. It's almost like an intro after the intro. Like, even in this, they've deviated in how they represent stuff. So, I like to give myself a little bit of clemency on that. Right? Now, to get back to the actual work at hand, what we're looking at next is star 2-8. And the reason why I had to do that is because star 2-8, as written, is Q or R. That's the wrong one, by the way. I always want to go 2228. It's just a lot more fun of a key press. Now here's some stuff is that we're getting into S. Yeah. Whoa, there's the curse mark from Berserk showing up again. Now here's the real reason I needed to work on that. If my computer will stop being angry. Stop that. And this is a therefore. Oh, right. I almost forgot the conjunctive. So you would read this as and implies assertion. So that's why I just use therefore. Right, because that's the way they use it. That's essentially what it means. Is and therefore. Oh wow! Yeah, okay, I had that right. My inability to keep my rows straight screwed me again. But that is Q or R implies not R implies Q. And then there's another and prop. We can ignore the and prop, but again, that's just and there. It's a QED. Now let me check that to make sure I got that down right. Q or R implies not R or S, implies Q or S. And then 253 in perm. Therefore, Q or R implies not R or not R implies Q. Implies not R or S implies Q or S. Now the funky thing with this. Now if you've been paying attention as to how dot notation works. The funky thing here is that, so we can like just drop this. I'll take this off so that the triple dot structure is easier to understand. But to line it up how it's actually like lined up in the book, that's how it actually is lined up in the book. Now the thing is, if you were to drop this here, and I'm not saying you should, but if you were to put that here, I don't know why that looks off center. But do you see there that it's, you know, Q or R implies not R or Q. Like, you see the weirdness there? Now again, the idea here is supposed to be, if you look, these are identical, right? Now, for 238, if we go back and look at that one, that's Q implies R implies Q or P implies R or P. So let's just get that out on the screen real quick. Yeah, I don't have 238. So what we're looking at here, this Q into R into Q or P into R or P. Okay. And I like saying into. It's not. Don't take that the wrong way. It's just my own verbal shorthand because it's easier to say and quicker to say than implies or imply or if then. So Q into R into Q or R into R or P. Right. So let's see why that would be 238, right? So if we take this, so not R implies Q, and 238 implies, right? Well, if we look at 253, see, this is the other thing, is that if I wasn't recording this, I wouldn't be like doing all of this other stuff. But I figured I might as well for your purposes as well as mine. You know, in trying to show, one also learns. Right? So obviously 22A2, and then colon P 2228 or Q into not P into Q. And we have perm. Oh yeah, I have 253 up here, don't I? I guess not. I guess I stopped just short of writing 253. Well, whatever. Save. Now we bring permutation into this, which is down here. So let's put all of these three together. So why would all of this, right? Why would all of this justify this other stuff? Well, P or Q implies Q or P, right? And 253 is P or Q implies not P or implies Q. Now, why would that be? Well, if you know what implication is, wow, that's the most annoying thing. Yeah, you're welcome for confirming, you jerk. Why is that a thing? They make YouTube crappier than want to wonder why people keep complaining. Yes, I do want to still keep watching. That's why I made a playlist, you stupid It's so hard not to cuss whenever stuff like that happens. It's like, come on. It's like, no, I made a playlist because I want it randomly stopped in the middle. That's why I made a playlist. I don't know about you. I make playlists just so that they get stopped right in the middle at random by corporate... anyway. To continue with my thought, implication is not P, not the berserk curse symbol. It's not P or Q. That's implication. So, So P or Q does imply not P or Q. Because not P or Q is P implies Q. This, right? Okay. So because this is the case, it makes sense that P or Q implies the opposite, right? Now the reason why this works is it's in the nature of how OR works. So OR, so not P or Q is not P is true or Q is true or both, because it's not an exclusive, right? Now what that means is that one of those has to be true. Both can be true, though. So, if not P is not true, then Q must be true, or the whole thing is false. Hence, P implies Q. So, if P is true, Q must be true, or not P or Q is false. Hence, implication. Also, hence is a very fun word more people should use often. Hence. Do you get the idea? So because not P or Q, P implies Q. Okay? There's some other wibbly wobbly stuff around this, but that's the general idea. So not P or Q being P implies Q. If not P is true, then, or rather if P or Q, then it's not P implies Q. Because if not P is true, then Q must be. You get what I mean? Because not P is the inversion or the negation or whatever. It's not the inversion. It's the negation of P. I mean, you could say it's the inversion, but that's a whole other thing. The point is that P and not P are linked because not P and P are. I mean, I guess this is getting into the philosophy of what this all is, but to put it in the simpler terms, not P and P are both of. I almost said something really goofy there. They're both of the is of what P is, right? Just like Q has Q-ness. If you could put together what I almost said, that was stupid. For me just saying that. Good on you. So like not Q and Q both have Q-ness, right? They are both of the Q relation. Right? And this is me basically trying to explain an almost ineffable property of what Q and what negation are. Because obviously if I have water and not water is a category that necessarily has to do with water. And vice versa, water has necessarily to do with the category of not water. Does that make sense? I mean, it goes with anything. If I have book, not book, that's me lifting and letting my book fall. Principia, the volume 1 I have over here. Like if I have book and not book, then by definition, not book has a relation to bookness, right? To help define what a not book is. I personally call this the idea of being a not thing, right? So like, not book is of the property of being not a book, and a book is of the property, in some respect, of being not a book, right? That's double negation. But the point stands is that they're both in relation to one another. So it's not like not P is independent of P, just as P is not independent of not P. They are both not codependent, but they're both co-equally linked in identity. Like the word I like to use personally is interpenetrative. They're both like a chain link fence, like they wrap into each other like two links in a chain link fence. Like not P and P both are like, you know, tied into the true or false value of one another, because that's you know, not P or not P, right? Or however it's put, that you can't have both be true at once. Like both P and not P cannot be true in the same time, in the same sense. Like something cannot be both itself and not itself in the same sense. That's like a law of the universe, by the way. You can't really get around that. Like a star cannot simultaneously be a star and not a star, in the same sense that you mean a star. Like a star, the sun, cannot both be all of the properties that make up what a star is and not any of those simultaneously. Now you could be like paraconsistent about it and be like, oh well, the star Sol is a, you know, our local star, the sun as we call it. Like it is a star in the sense that it is the celestial body, but it is also not a star, and it's not really famous, or whatever dumb argument you want to make. Like, you can go paraconsistent with it, but that's not a violation of this. Yeah? So in keeping with that, that's how this all works, and that's why, right, this makes sense. Rather specifically that P or Q implies not P implies Q. That's how that makes sense, because it's just how the rules of implication and the concept of an OR works. Now that ties into here. Now why would 253, which is this, tie into perm, which is showing that, you know, P or Q implies Q or P? That it's essentially like, yeah, you know, it doesn't matter if you go Q or P or P or Q. They're essentially the same thing. In that, which makes sense, I promise. How does Q or R imply R, not R implies Q? Well, look at how that's structured, right? So we've got Q or R, and not R implies Q. Now, what did we just say about P or Q and not P implies Q? Well, if it's Q or R, right, Q or R, then not R implies Q, right? And the reason why it doesn't matter which side it's on for the OR is, as we covered right here in permutation, with a disjunction, it doesn't really matter which side of the disjunction it's on, because if you have bread or jelly or bread, you still are missing peanut butter, right? Like, it doesn't matter which one you want to consider first. If you're considering jelly and then bread, and then you consider bread and then jelly, if you don't have peanut butter, it doesn't matter. That's my idiotic attempt at relaying that concept. That it doesn't, if you have 1 or 2, or 2 or 1, it doesn't, whatever you want to put in there, it doesn't really matter. Because one or the other must be true at a minimum. They can both be true, and that's not whatever in a disjunction like that. Now the thing is, that means if not R, then, which is another way you can read implication, that the antecedent is an if, and the consequent, which is the thing on the right, is a then, right? So Q or R does imply not R implies Q. Now, you put that, not R implies Q. Oh, right, I took this from over here. I was wondering, like, where the heck did I get that? Because that is 238, right? Q or P, R or P, yeah. Oh, and this right here, Q implies R, implies Q implies P, implies R implies P. That means that if Q or R implies R or P, Q implies R implies Q or... Oh, right. This is showing that you can add a disjunction to stuff, and it doesn't really matter. Like, if you add an extra P to an implication, it's like, okay, well, whatever. Right? As we covered, rather, I'm not suddenly talking in a royal we. I'm in almost Let's Play mode now. But Q implies R, implies Q or P, implies R or P, which is true. Because you can still have, what you need to look at here is that it's still Q implies R, right? So let's, like, put this vertically. Because let's look at what's actually happening here. Q implies R is still intact. You're just adding an or P, right? So if you have bread or ham implies jelly or ham, you could still have peanut butter and make peanut butter and jelly and just be thinking about ham the whole time. It doesn't matter. Like, it's just an extra thing that it doesn't matter if it's true or not. That's one of the features of a disjunction, is that what's on the other side of it doesn't actually matter in most instances, right? Like, what matters is how an implication is formed. So you still have Q implies R, right? Like, Q implies R is still here. It's just that P can be true, and it doesn't really affect the implication of Q to R, right? Now, the reason that's important is because 238 is coming in here with, from the top ropes, the S as the additional, right? And it's like, well, that implies that you can have, via 238, and this random S in here for whatever, right? Now, remember that in this shortening, we have what is essentially A, right? B, and then I guess this would be taken as C altogether because of the spacing. Because you have, you know, this going on, so that's A implies B, right? And the whole point is that you're getting to the logical justification for the full thing as star 2.8, which is Q or R implies not R or S implies Q or S. So you still have Q or R implies not R implies Q, but you now, by way of the understanding of 238, have the ability to just add a random S in there, right? Just to explain what's going on here, because I don't think I've done that enough, like what the justification is, like what this actually means. So logically speaking, what you're talking about here is not R is still implying Q, right? Q or R implies not R implies Q, which is true. But now you also have the additional that it implies that you can add or S to either end of the implication, and it still remains not R implies Q. And again, that's true, because the truth value of the disjunction doesn't really matter. Now, that was a heck of a long sequence of explanations to just kind of get around to what's going on here. Because, like I said, it's sort of it's sort of a big part of what the whole point of this project is. It's not just for me to do this as I go through and help my learning. It's also to help other people who want to have maybe some kind of companion visual aid for this stuff as they're going through, right? Now I'm going to keep all this stuff up because I'm just going to put it at the bottom of star 2.8. I'm kind of glad that I went ahead and did all that, and I probably would have done it anyway, so I'm just very glad that I got all that explained. And yes, if you're curious, I have ham on the brain. And peanut butter. And not jelly, actually. I like peanut butter and maple syrup sandwiches. But, you know, I've got dessert and ham on the brain. And again, I would like to remind you that, you know, I'll even go to it. As you can see here, it's Machinima Sound on my Logic-Mysticism channel. I've got the playlist right here. This stupid... the stuff that people use this stuff for. But, yeah, it's, these guys that do Machinima Sound, they're great. I love their stuff. Their music is great. So yeah, definitely check them out. I kind of want to go up a little bit. Earlier in the playlist. And this is my, that's my other YouTube channel, which I'll just write out here. It's Antero Grade Gaming. Look for one button, man, Grim Dawn. That's the one that I'm doing right now. The Let's Play, I mean. I'll probably get back to doing that, doing another recording session of that whenever I get done finishing the 2-star series tonight. I'm just going to do this as one long recording as usual for these. I like to record just this entire session, like the entire sessions rather. Oh goodness, gotta stand up for a sec. I mean, I know I've taken breaks and then spliced the video together, but I still like doing that, just keeping each session as one long video. And like I've said, this is a QED, like this, therefore prop stuff. I'll leave the triple dots in here to show that that's kind of how this is claused. Burping, sorry. Anyway, so with all of that out of the way, and I would like to keep this over here so that I have it like right to hand instead of having to look at the book. Q, R, oh. I thought I had the text thing up. So Q, R, not R, S, Q, S. I did not want that. I'll probably clip that little explanation and make it its own video. Untinify that just a little bit so it's a little more legible. So you need to remember that, like, the thing here is that you still get from Q or R, not R implies Q. And what's going on here is that you're getting not R implies Q with an added disjunctive S. Just to repeat that, because I know it can be a little, like, odd to think about that stuff that way. that you're just getting this. I know it's goofy, but you're just getting the same thing, just expressed a little bit differently. It's not like that different. Now I'm just gonna take this whole slew of stuff, put it over here. I don't know how much I'm gonna need, but I just know I'm gonna need some of it. Go ahead and grab this. Okay. Gonna have to make the correct... Actually, do I have them over here? Yes, I love just grabbing these. That's one of the reasons why I make these meta charts with previous stuff in them. Just because I like just grabbing stuff from them. It's so handy. I'm not even joking, it's just so convenient. Like templating, I love templating. I know that sounds stupid, but there's nothing quite as satisfying as having a template work for you. It's a very simple joy. It's like, yeah, you know, I have a template. It works. It's just great whenever a plan comes together like that. Okay. Now, as usual, we'll use the get as notation in the proper spots. Now, check this out. Copy. Paste. Copy. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Copy. Paste. Excellent. Now, we need this symbol. Copy. Paste. I'm getting a little bit better at this stuff as I go. I sometimes forget the weird tricks that I figure out, but, you know, I try. Is there any dithering on this? Okay, I've had some of these charts, like, get this weird dithering, and I hate it. Ugh. Anyway, we take our fella right here and stick him on the top, and that's the initial assertion done with. Now, the thing that's weird here is, as with over here, or, yeah, over here, I'm gonna have to do these in their own boxes, and then box the whole thing. What's also weird is that we've got a therefore at the front, 253 and perm therefore. So first things first. Now remember, the thing that's important to remember and why it's written this way here, that it's 2, so this would be the equivalent of B, and this implies 3 on the 231 chart, is because remember, the way it's explained in Principia is that what we're looking at is no, hold on. Implies B, and this implies C, and this implies D. Now the whole thing is, so let's put the little 1 there. The whole thing is meant as A implies D, but it is a function of A implies B, B implies C, C implies D, in line with SIL, which is Q implies R implies P implies Q implies Q, P implies R. Now the example I like to use for SIL is the idea that, like, okay, if I take the trash out on trash day, right? So that would be R equals take day the trash is taken out. Q equals, well, it's identical to trash pickup day, and P is identical to Friday. So if the trash is taken out R on trash pickup day, Q, then if Friday is trash pickup day, then the trash is taken out on, okay, Friday, on Friday. You get the idea? So, like, the idea of syllogism is if Q then R, then if P then Q, then if P then R. Right? Think of it like dominoes in a line. So that's kind of the idea here, is that, so if A implies B, and B implies C, and C implies D, then A implies D. But as they even say word for word in the book, it is tedious to write out this process in full. Yes, they literally say that. So, like, that's why it's A implies D, but you still have A, B, C, D, so on. Right? I also love the guitar in this song in the background. I just wanted to say that. I like that. So, like, Q or R here is A, not R or Q, not R implies Q is B. B implies, you know, D, C rather, because this is one unit. If you look at this, that's one unit between those two. Right? That's why they're separated like that. If by now you don't understand dot notation, let me know in the comments, and I promise you I will do a thing on dot notation alone. Because once you understand it, I'm telling you, I promise you, it is a lot easier to understand than modern notation. Like, straight up, it's just better. I don't know why they ever got rid of it, but it's better. Like, fight me on that. I've tried to get into logic, like propositional logic, but I just couldn't read what is called modern notation, and this stuff is like beautiful to me. It's perfect. It's a little hard to read at first, but it's way easier once you understand what it's doing. It's just way better than a bunch of parentheses. Anyway, to get back to what's actually going on here. Right, I need this. I actually can just take this whole thing. That's kind of funny. This is the power of templating. So the real goofy thing here is gotta get rid of, well, maybe not get rid of that. Let's put these over here because I think I'm gonna need them. Maybe? Maybe? Maybe not? Yeah. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna need that. Crud. Yeah, I absolutely do need those. Okay. So let's put this here. This here. And I'm gonna need another one of those, so. Ugh, goodness. You know what? I'll cut this, because I'm going to need to actually, it'll make sense in a minute. I promise you it'll make sense in a minute. Q or R. Okay, so I don't know why I'm looking at the book. I have it right over here. I'm being dim. Sorry, folks. My setup isn't like the best for this, if you believe it. So yeah, Q or R, not R implies Q. I mean, I'm tempted to just like delete that box and replace it with this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Because they should be the same size boxes, so. Crud. What I did wrong there was that I didn't, get it exact. That's a single pixel off, I think. Yeah, okay. I know this is stupid because I could. Yeah, here. Let me just stop. I'm being dumb. This is an example of like making a lot more work for yourself by being stupid. Hold on. So it should be not R implies Q, right? It should be Q or R, not R implies Q. This sounds like something out of Nier Automata, which is a very high compliment. That game's music is just beautiful, like stunningly beautiful. That whole game is awesome. Like legit, that game is incredible. So it should be Q or R implies Yeah, not R implies Q. Okay, you know, one cool thing is that I can just pop that up. I don't know if you could hear my stomach making noises on the, that's not really my stomach, but I don't know if you could hear my abdomen making noises on the recording, but if you could, that's impressive. I'm proud of it. Okay, so it should basically be like that, yeah. You know, I think it would be prudent, at least in this instance, for me to just represent it this way. That's... I mean, technically speaking, that's not incorrect, but that's, I think that would get me thrown bodily from the roof of a college if I put an ampersand. Not that I would know, but I'm just saying, like, that feels like the kind of thing that would get you bodily thrown out of a logician's classroom. if you put just... If you just put a freaking... just an ampersand instead of an actual logical conjunction like that. Ew, there's that... What is causing that? There's that stupid... Stop that. Ugh. Is that 5? That is 5, right? Okay, good. This has got to stop. The freaking dithering has to end. No dithering. This is a no dithering zone. We don't do dithering here. That's improper. Don't dither yourself in public. It's rude. Pretty sure you'll get arrested for dithering in public. Stupid crap that comes out of my mouth. Alright. Let's get the therefore symbol where it belongs. Now, we need a representation for... I did bring it over here, didn't I? Yes, I did. This is the, as I've covered before, this is the absent hierarchy notation for collation. All that really means is that it's like if you were... It's like if you had, like, A, and then, you know, A1, A2, and then within A1 you had A1, A2, 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 you know what I mean? Like, or rather, A1, A1A, A1B, and like A2A, A2, etc. This would be like if you just added, you know, that, whatever that is, if you just add it, like, that looks like a logical operator. That looks like and identical or some stupid crud like that. I don't know. What else can I get out of here? Nah. 1, 5, 6, 9? Yeah, it's like if you added that. And it's like, what even is that? What is that? Javanese. Sumerian. You know what? I'm gonna keep that. What was that? 1596? No, 1563? Yeah. Alt 1563. Investigate. Yeah, I need more notation, so I'll take that. Javanese, huh? Excellent. I made a new discovery in notation. Anyway, but yeah, it's like if you just added Javanese, like, which I might do in the future. It's that. It's just adding a sui generis thing that doesn't map directly to anything else. Anyway. That's what that means. It's just all things in this node together represented as that contextually. Now, the thing here is that we box that in. And now we do it again. Except this time, it's this. And 238. This looks kind of scuffed, like it should be closer. There we go. Now let's tinyfy that a little bit. Now we're going to use an imply here because that's what it's doing. It's an implication. And this is actually I love that piano work, holy crap. It's so pretty, I love that piano. Let's just copy. Paste. Templating. The power of templating. So this is, by the way, another instance of compaction, because if you look over here, this right here, I could do it with a box showing them like that, and I probably will maybe do that again in the future, but again, it's trying to compact that stuff and keep it in line with kind of how things work-ish. Yeah, like you can see how I tried to do this here, and it just, I don't know. I don't like that. Just get rid of that. And this too, this is just kind of bad. Get rid of that. I like the much more compact versions. I think it's nicer. Now again, it's not that I'm against doing it the other way, and I probably will do it the other way in the future at some point. Maybe. It depends on how complex those get. But for now, I think it's alright to leave it like that. But anyway, that's not R or S implies Q or S. That looks a little off. Okay. Yeah, like, just to show it off, I might do the next one the different way, right? Also, I love this track. That's good stuff. Just felt like saying that. I mean, obviously, or I wouldn't have said it. Now, this altogether, after I check it, that's 253 in perm, therefore Q or R implies not R implies Q. Okay, and that implies that in 238 implies not R S, Q implies Q implies S. No, that's Q or S. Yeah, I was gonna say, that's stupid. It's like, wait, that doesn't imply Q implies S. What the fuck? Like, no, of course it doesn't. No, because the point is the disjunction. I knew there was something weird there. I mean, I have the... Yeah, I do. Alright. And, by the way, the reason why there's a therefore there is, like I said, it's not this right here, the therefore, like, and therefore, is very different. You can see here, there is no and therefore, right? And there are, examples of sorry, I'm distracted by the noises my abdomen is making. There are examples of a lot of the theorems that don't have that structure. Like, they'll reference something and then have the assertion without the and therefore involved. So that's Q or R implies R, not R or S implies Q or S, which is true. Okay. Oh, dude, I screwed that up so hard. Hold on. I forgot I needed to... Honestly, you'd be shocked with how much time those little mistakes cost every time I make them. Like, it's such a small thing, but the formatting matters so much that I really can't afford to mess that up on, like, any of them or too many of them, especially since remaking the graph whenever I go to check it takes a lot more effort than just getting it right the first time. And by the way, there's going to be some, like, graphs, speaking of that whenever I look over these to go upload them to the Imgur album, there's inevitably going to be some that have been, you know, maybe a little off that I'm going to have to touch up. which is going to stink. But, you know. I'm just gonna... Yeah, there we go. $253, $238 per. There you go. I'm just including all of that under this one for my own reasons. I'm not going to stop and save it. I'm just going to move on to the next one. So that's 280, page 113. Fantastic. Oh yeah, I love this. I love this next one coming up. Ooh. Standing up and stretching. Hold on. I'm gonna have to be back in a bit. Okay. We're back. I went ahead and saved the last one. This one. Gonna go ahead and get rid of this. I have, in the time that I spent away from my computer, eaten some potato chips. Okay, so this one's kind of gnarly. Okay. That's 22A2. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Q implies R into S. Implies P or Q. Yeah, I did not do that properly. Oh, right, wow. Hold on. Yeah. I just forgot this. Implies. Now, if this looks particularly complicated, I promise you it's all in hand. As long as my computer doesn't make angry noises. So that's Q into R into S, into P or Q, into P or R, into P or S. Wrong one. So that's Q implies R implies S, implies P or Q, implies P or R, implies P or S. Okay. That's so dumb. I really should have just read this because it's the same thing, I think. P or Q implies yeah. I think it's just the same thing. Past that. No, it's not. It's definitely not. Okay, that's me being dumb. Because that's Q implies R implies S. Implies P or Q implies oh. Oh, yeah, okay. So let me just go through this. Yeah. Let me just write this out the way I was supposed to. So Q into R, it's Q into R into S into P or Q into P or R into S. And here's the dimplication, which is something else. I need to go look up how I handled that. Alright. 276 and still. Not capital P, just P. P or Q. Into. Did. Okay, it sounded quiet there for a minute. I was gonna say, like, did YouTube do the stupid thing again? P or Q into P or R into S. My ear got itchy. I was doing so well too, darn it. It begins. Implies. Okay, let me go back through the book. Now, this is a dimplication without an assertion symbol, I think. No, it definitely has an assertion symbol. On the front half, on the bottom half it doesn't. So I'm wondering if that isn't just a typological thing, like not an actual dimplication. I believe it is. I believe that's just a continuation. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's... sorry, I just hit the mic, okay. That's fine. It's written a goofy way, but it is not an actual duplication. Thank goodness, because I don't like having to deal with those. P... or... Q... into... or R. P. Now to look at the, yeah, it's just 1 and 2, therefore prob. Okay. It's fine by me. Now, I don't always do this. Q implies R implies S, implies P or Q, implies P or R, implies P or S. Excellent. Which is true if you keep in mind what we just looked at, but let's look at this. Sum, therefore, Q implies R implies S, implies P or Q, implies I'm just making sure I got the dots right. P or Q implies P or R implies S. Okay. And then 276 and SIL, and therefore P or Q implies P or R implies S. Implies P or Q implies P or R implies P or S. Now this is just an extension of the last one, essentially. So if you look at it, to try to give my explanation of it, what's going on here is that it's saying Q implies R implies S, implies P or Q implies P or R implies P or S. It's just the same thing where you can just tack on an extra thing. So it's still Q implies R implies S, right? But it's got a P, it's just disjuncted with an extra P on each. And this is just showing Q implies R implies S implies P or Q implies P or R implies S, which is sum, right? I think I still have that over here. Yeah. Which, let's get this over here and talk about it. What's the other one? SIL. I mean, we know SIL. We love her, SIL, in this house. We love that. That logical expression. So sum is Q implies R implies P or Q implies P or R, which again is just the idea of you can add a disjunction to both sides of an implication and it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't affect the truth value. Because if Q still implies R, then Q is still going to imply R disjunctively. right? Even if P is tacked on. So, like, if the trash is taken out on trash day, and trash day is Tuesday, it doesn't matter if, like, so I'm trying to come up with something that involves an action, and trash day is just like something I think about, because it's a normal thing. Like, okay, if Friday is laundry day, and you do laundry on laundry day, so Q being laundry day implies you will do laundry. So Q is laundry day, it being laundry day, and R is the resulting implication that you will do laundry. So it being laundry day implies that you will do laundry. If you add, it is Tuesday, right, to both sides of it, so you will, today is laundry day, or it is Tuesday, implies you will do laundry, or it is Tuesday. It doesn't affect it, right? Like, does that make sense? Like, it could not be Tuesday, and it could still be laundry day, and it could not be Tuesday, and you could still do laundry. Right? It's that. Like, it could be laundry, like, if we take that to the next, like, to the actual literal level here, it is Tuesday or it is laundry day implies that it is Tuesday or you will do laundry. It doesn't matter if it is Tuesday or not, right? So that's kind of the idea here, is that it's demonstrating this in a like extended manner. And then you look at SIL, and that's, P or Q implies P or R. P or Q implies P or R implies S, implies P or Q implies P or R, implies P implies S. Right? Like, it's the same idea. I know it whenever we graph it out, it'll make more sense. But the main thing is that this is the main hinge, right? So you see how the dots work. To make it explicit, this is the main hinge upon which the antecedent, which is this, and the consequent, which is this, are balanced against one another. Right? So this, all of this, implies all of this. Right? So P or Q implies P or R implies S. Implies P or Q implies P or R implies P or S. P implies S, rather. That's the idea. So R is still implying S. Sort of, I think. I'm kind of getting lost in this a little bit myself, mainly because I ate those potato chips. Oh, I messed that up. It's supposed to be P or S, not P implies S. I don't know why I put... Yeah, I was going to say, that doesn't make any sense. And then, yeah, sure enough, it doesn't. Excellent. See, my brain knew that was wrong. And I'm grateful I caught that. So yeah, reading it back again. P or Q... I need to turn my overhead light on. I tried not to do that because it kind of tires out my eyes, but hold on. This is me getting up around my room. How exciting. Wasn't that a treat? Also, I love this movie. See, and this is kind of why I like going over this stuff repeatedly. So, again, for 2, it's P or Q. Yeah. P or Q implies P or R. P or R implies S. Implies P or Q. Implies P or R. Implies P or S. Yeah. See, I even said, whenever I looked at it, like, that doesn't make any sense, because it's supposed to be P or R implies P... Rather, P or Q implies P or R implies P or S, and I was right. That's kind of another advantage of actually learning what I'm looking at as I'm going through it. It's because I'm able to actually proofread it and be like, wait, that doesn't look right. And sure enough, it wasn't right. But like I said, it's an extension of the previous thing, where it's like, it's just about disjunctions and how, you know, let me just get to the graphic. Well, the thing that makes this kind of like... Well, first off, I'm going to need this. So I'm going to need that. And then I'm going to need the... Oh, come on, I know I have... Well, you know what, then I guess I'm going to have to just scalp it from over here. I thought I had this already. It's kind of a shame that I didn't. Like an actual shame, like shame on me. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought I had it. Yeah, here it is. I don't know why that was so hard for me to see. But hold on, is this more compact somehow? If this version is more compact, I'm going with it. I think it is. Yeah, wow. That does the same thing, way smaller. Ah, but these have the ugly dithering. I'm gonna have to get rid of that, like, right now. That's not okay. I don't care about that. Just fix that way. Pull this down. The sneaky dithering. We don't dither in public in this household. Or otherwise. What I don't understand... Okay, there's some dithering going on here. It's very slight. You gotta be on the lookout for it. Yeah, it's so ugly. Like, I don't mind dithering in any other context, but I hate it in graphing. It just looks so bad. I don't know why it keeps cropping up here, but I'm going to keep cropping it. Ugh, it's so gross. I hate it. I well and truly hate it. You know, I don't hate people. I don't hate, like, animals. Like, I don't even hate stuff like cockroaches, you know what I mean? Like, I don't hate mosquitoes. But I hate dithering. Just to give you an idea of how much I dislike dithering, I hate it. In this context. It's awful. we are going to free ourselves from the menace of dithering. Before I continue, I will slowly eradicate the dithering menace. Okay, I'm going to save this. Save myself from the dithering. Actually, I'm going to put this here and then save it. Yeah, that's snazzy. I like that I have a much more... Ah, well, I need to get rid of this, of course. The stuff in it, you know. Excellent. Okay. Now, looking at that, yeah. Do I actually have this already as a thing? I kind of want it as a template. This right here is a too big and too ugly a template. I'm just getting rid of it. It's such a waste of space. I want to say, oh, I kind of do. Yeah. I guess I'll just keep this, as I was gonna make it. See if this refines it. Because, I mean, if this refines the thing, then this is better. Like, if this is tinier, more compact. You know, this would be 1. And then this would be 3 and 4, yeah. No, rather, not 3 and 4, 2 and 3, goodness. I know I'm bad at math, but that's like way bad. Okay, let me just get rid of that. Undo that. Raise this up a bit. Okay. I like this music, like I said. I'm doing a little jig right now. Do 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 do. That guy, I saw it scalp that. I was like, did that scalp it? Of course it did. Oh no! Right, I'm dim. That's okay. That's why my brain lit up. I was like, wait a minute. It's like, yeah, no, this is still 1 and 2. And besides, yeah, wow, I'm stupid. It would still be... Yeah. You can tell I'm kind of out of it. Ah. Getting lost in my own notation system. Just from general fatigue. This is the next layer down. Now, if it goes deeper than this, I am a little troubled. And it probably will on some of them, but... I'm just saying that that's like... Oh wow, did I forget to... Yes, I did. Wow. That's silly. Like I said, I'm just kind of drained a little bit for all the stuff that's happened lately, and recording a long session yesterday of Grim Dawn, and oh man. So QRS, well, this is the easy part of this. QRS PQ PRPS. And don't worry, I'll syntax check everything in a minute. By the way, I like how this looks like an emoji. Like this right here looks like a robot clown. Tell me this doesn't look like a clown robot. Like with a little antenna coming out of its head. Just a very unenthused robot clown. Anyway. I know that's dumb, but... Okay, let me, copy. Paste over here, because I just want to see if it's, where was that at? I thought I had a, no, I don't quite have this one yet, so I'll just put that there. There we go. Another template. Yeah, I'm not sure if I did have that larger template or whatever, but hey, I mean, like I said, got it now. It's pretty good, right? Just put the imp up here and put it up there for the other one, like for the template. And oh yeah. I guess that is it. No, it's not quite it because it's okay. Yeah, it's not quite it. Okay. That's good. That's good, that's good. That's good. Right, I think this is the one that I moved down here. The newish one. Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna stick the imp symbol in here. Save. Okay. Now then, the reason why that's important for us to go ahead and template is because we're going to be doing the same freaking thing, kind of. No, I don't want the imp thing. So... here's another one. Oh, okay. Because if we look here, this is the shape of this side, so need that inverted actually. It's fine. Flip. Flip. There we go. I just love making that noise with my mouth. If I'm gonna be real, like 110 with you, I just love making that noise. Alright. Let's get rid of that. Let's go ahead and take this. Paste. Paste. Flip. Shove it on there. Shove this one on here. I don't think they're aligned. I think the left one... Oh, they are aligned. My eyes just aren't aligned, I guess. Okay. Now, I'm pretty sure it's the same problem over on the right-hand side. That I need to flip what's in the box. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fine. Well, that ain't exactly what I wanted, but okay. Okay, I'll just ignore that. Pretend that that's okay. Yeah, because what we're doing is Q implies R implies S implies P or Q implies P or... Wow, we need a disjunction. We need a lot of disjunctions here. Holy smokes. Okay. Okay, that's P or Q implies P or. Alright. This box is a little off. There we go. This is a little off too. And obviously I need to cut these, put the correct nesting notation there. Yes, that's totally what I wanted. Anyway, cut this. Again, get the correct layer notation. I better did it again. Yeah. That's bad. By the way, I think this is one of the ones that's, yeah, Aaron Spencer. There you go. If I get copyright claimed for any of this, I'm going to be very upset. Because it's all like Creative Commons stuff. But you see their YouTube channel, go there, support them, all that stuff. Okay, so I'm going to put the little assertion thingy on the top. And then I'm going to put this over in the hall of templates. Because I don't think I have that one yet. An easy way to tell is how deep the nesting goes. I'll probably eventually do a better job of... Wow, why is this... Yeah, that's the incorrect notation for that, but okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this should not be that. I don't know why. I probably just clipped this out of a different thing. Yeah, I know, there's like a whole lot of, you know, template adjustment and creation going on in this. I get it. And dithering management. Okay. I'm gonna save this because that's like a lot of template management that I don't want to have to do again. Sorry, adjusting myself. Oh, that sounds a bit wrong. I meant adjusting my posture, not not like I'm not pulling an Al Bundy over here. Just changing my seating position, not, you know, adjusting myself like a euphemism. Alright, so QRS, PQ, PRS. Okay. I know I'm going painfully slow. Sorry. QRS. PQPRS. I set the playlist to loop, so if it just hit the bottom of the playlist in a different loop, I'm going to be a little upset. I think that's exactly what happened. What the heck? Get rid of that. Now I need to go over, speaking of template management, I need to go over here and check that. Did that have that? Yes, it had that. Go ahead and save this again. Yeah, I have it on loop. I had it on loop. Okay, whatever. Alright. Now... Oh, right, I can't do the therefore on that yet. Alrighty. That's sum and therefore. I know I have them over here somewhere, yeah. Alright. Sorry, I'm just kind of sedate. I don't know why, I'm just kind of low-key right now. I guess it's between the music and the fact that I'm just sort of chilling out, trying to relax a bit as I do this. And then, of course, I have to encapsulate that before I forget, because that's demonstration 1. Just go ahead and get that done, like so. Hold on. That's a little too close. Keep an eye on our little mascot buddy. You know, actually, let's flip him around. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's demonstration 1. Hold on. There we go. The zebra stripe effect was screwing with me there for a sec. Like, hold on. I need to figure out where that line actually is. So that's P or Q implies P or R implies S. Implies P or Q implies P or R or P or S. Alright, so that's just a doubler. A bifurcation of a bifurcation. Yeah. Okay. Now we still have to separate these. Mind you. Ears getting itchy. Alright. Excellent. Yeah, my other ear. Ugh. That's literally the same, by the way. Yeah, that's Q implies... Oh, no. That's P or Q implies P or R implies S. Implies P or Q implies P or... Yeah, so it's PQ, PR, PS. PQ, PR, PS. Excellent. Wow, my brain is melting. Yeah, wow. PS. There we go. Flip. And then... Excellent. Why did I put this one so high up? Good grief. And this one's so low, what the heck? Get this up off the ground. Okay, so again, like with the one above, we're gonna do something. The therefore. Well, that's not what I wanted. But check this out. I'm going to use the alternate method of displaying a therefore, and I'm going to put in notation at the bottom, like that I did that on purpose. That I essentially want it's shown that, like, I have an alternate method of doing that, basically. So this is 276 and sil, therefore. I know I have the basic, I was gonna say. Oh, come on. Okay. Gonna shrinkify both of them at once. And obviously, this is a conjunction. Now then. Come on, there we go. Now, I'm actually going to copy paste this into the miscellany section, just so I have a version of that, I guess. Oh, come on. There we go. Now, the other reason I want to do this is because it allows me to try out doing something new, notationally. I know. How exciting. I'm sure you're just unbelievably excited. This makes me want to throw on that one F-Zero GX song. The F-Zero GX version of, I think it's Big Blue. But I know for a fact that would get copyright claimed. So I'd rather not. So here we go. That is pending a review to AT1. Alright. And then, come on, I gotta have one around here. Yeah, here it is. Excellent. Fantastic. Well, I don't know how I got this so off center. I cannot let that continue. There we go. And I know for a fact I need to do a syntax check on this, so don't panic. I got it all in hand. So that's Q implies R implies S. Yes, that is already a syntax failure. Implies P or Q, implies P or R, implies P or S. Okay, and to check again, sum, therefore, Q implies R implies S, P or Q implies P or R implies S. 276 in SIL, therefore, P or Q implies P or R implies S, implies P or Q implies P or R implies P or S. Okay. These are probably not going to be the last as written included, but I feel like including them, and as the guy who makes these, I think I'm the final say on whether or not they get included, yeah? So I feel like it is all the explanation I really have to give. But if I wanted to put a fine point on it, the reason why I feel like it for this is because it translates very cleanly that these are both valid ways of showing the relationship there, which I'm going to say as much in the note. Go, what the? Lost track of my mouse. I can't actually type the assertion sign because 22A2, as soon as I hit A, messes it up. Alright. That's 281 done. There's only 4 more if you believe it. And, yeah, they're not really new forms either. Oh, you know, they are actually. One of them is. That's kind of cool. I like that. I like having new morphologies. This stuff over here, I'm going to delete. Save this. Don't worry, I have a backup of the stuff that was over there. Okay, I'm done amusing myself with that. Alright. Now the thing is, I think the next 2 I'll do in a single image. Wow, 285 is kind of a nightmare. Holy crap, hold on. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wow, okay. This is going to be one with a... I was misreading that. This is another one with a peculiar QED. I'm actually going to have to do the QED. That's odd. That's not bad, it's just odd. The problem here, though, is that it goes... Also, wow, not P implies a lot. I'm not even sure what I'm looking at on that one. I guess I'll wait till I get to it. I'll just process that whenever I get to it, because that's... I'm going to have to get Morga-S notation. That's kind of wild, because I'm going to need 1, 2... Yeah, hold on this, because that's 1... 2, 3... Oh, and I'm gonna have to figure out how to manage that too. Or not. Oh, I just noticed that that's actually way gnarlier than I thought. Right, I'm looking at it and that's... You'll understand whenever we get to it, it's just such a juicy, like, theorem. Like, I'm just kind of looking at it going, okay, how the heck am I gonna... How am I gonna prepare for that? It's a little silly. The 282 is a bespoke one though, because it's got trios. This one's actually kind of bad, because I'm going to have to be dealing with, I think I cut the bottom off of that one. Yeah, hold on, let me just recut that, just in case. Oh, and this has that ugly dithering going on. Before I do anything, get rid of this dithering. Oh, good grief. I'm not just gonna leave that like that. That's unacceptable. Oh, come on. You know what? Screw it. I'll just do it the easy way. Oh! Good grief. There we go. How? How does this keep happening? It's grotesque. And the thing is like I could have swore it was not like this the last time I saved it. I don't know how this keeps happening, but it has to stop. This ends here. The dithering ends here. Yeah, you know what? I just don't even care. Like, just cutting it. Ugh. How? Ah. Remember, mow your graph, or it'll be covered in in dithering. Gotta get out and mow your graph. Does this have that stupid? Yes, it does. Ugh. Does this somehow have dithering on it? Okay. Did the one that I copied and paste have? Okay, whatever. I'm just glad that I noticed that, because that's disgusting. Disgusting! You should not have your graph covered in disgusting dithering. It's not okay. It's not okay to live like that. If you or a loved one has dithering covered graphs, please seek help. That's not normal. You're not supposed to be okay with that. Also, this kind of looks like an emoticon, right? Like, is that just me? I want to say that's not just me. Okay, so gonna get some more Diet Coke. Delish. Yeah, an incredibly bad. Now the next one that's equally odd is a series of these. Just go ahead and bring it down here because it's basically the same thing. And this is why I'm going to have them in the same, like, thingy, you know? Oh, come on. There we go. Back. Back. Ah, my ear. Okay. That isn't implies, right? Yes, yes, of course it is. How is that? Okay, whatever. Gonna do this the easy way. If that's off center and it kind of looks like it, I apologize. And I shouldn't put that so low to the ground. Okay. Gonna copy this one. Actually, what am I doing? Just paste. Yeah, there we go. Excellent. Just gonna leave that up there. Connect these. Okay, so it should be PQR P. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's PQR P not R S PQS. PQR P not R S PQS. And then down here It's PQR, PRS, PQS. And it is all disjunctive, right? Yes, it's just 3 disjunctions, and that's all implications. Now again, the point of this is to show again that you don't like the P or R, like not R thing. It's like you have to show that sort of. Hold on. P or Q or R implies P or not R or S implies P or Q or S. Right. Now, we're going to look into that in a minute because I think I was about to say something that was actually incorrect. After I finish, like, making the graphs for these, of course. Like, I want to hurry up and actually finish these 2 graphs because they're really simple. And also because I don't want to be here literally for hours and hours and hours. Why did I put the Q there? I'm such a dimwit. R doesn't belong there. It's just my instinct to put it like right above the dot. Yeah, these are all implications, so I need to do that syntax adjustment immediately because that's frying my brain reading that. Copy, paste, 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 and then box this. Did YouTube do the stupid thing again? Yes. Wow. Why even make a playlist? One wonders. It's just stupid. Are you still watching? It's like, yeah. Why do you give a... I'm telling you, man. Or woman, whoever you are, Martian, Chthonian, Eldritch Abomination, somehow watching my YouTube stuff from deep within sunken Earlia, waiting for Cthulhu to wake from his dread dreaming and conquer the surface world. Whoever you are, like, yeah. I forgot what I was saying there, but generally speaking, what I wanted to say there, regardless of what I might have said, is that I hope that in making this stuff, that a side effect is that, people in corporate offices stop making illogical decisions, and I don't know how that would happen, but I hope somehow, on a wish and a star, that this somehow balloons out into that, because boy, would that just be great for everybody. Are you still watching? I just hate the, like... Do you want to continue watching? It's like, yeah, thank you for asking me a question that nobody has ever wanted asked in the history of the entire universe. Are you sure you want your playlist to continue functioning like a playlist? It's like, yes, I made a playlist just so that I could get interrupted. Ugh. That's what I make playlists for. I don't know about you. Oh, man. There's annoying and then there's that, right? Like... Oh, man. Okay. So, this is an implies. And another implies. And if you were wondering, yeah, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and paste this up here in the miscellany, because it's just too convenient to have something up there to just grab. Okay, so here we go. I need... let me just grab them from over here. Paste. Copy paste. Ditto for this. Sorry I'm not saying much, I'm just kind of vibing with the music, you know, just kind of chilling out. Like I said, I'm just in sort of a relaxed, sedate mood. Maybe it's the potato chips, I don't know. I just feel really chill. With the vocals in the back, I half expect to have, to just hear, you require more Vespine gas, just out of nowhere. You require more Vespine gas. Oh, come on. There we go. Almost there with these two. Ah! My ear! Ah! Almost done. And then I'll get into what I was talking about with the shape of these and what they're doing. You know what's funny is that I fed one of these into ChatGPT and it thought this was gamma. And it's like, I explicitly chose these so that they wouldn't get confused for stuff like that. Alas, what can you do, right? Now I need to stitch something onto the side of these. That's a little too visceral. I mean, honestly, it's more like I'm gluing it on. Not really stitching. Stitching is evocative of a whole different register of frankly awful stuff. Like, I'm not stitching it on so much as slapping it on with glue. Like a whop. Like a whop. You know? I just think of the flex tape guy. That's kind of what I'm thinking of with that. Okay. These aren't actually complicated, so I'm just going to leave them without the as written. Because, I mean, you could probably tell by now what they're supposed to mean without the exact as written text. Again, at this point, I'm including as written or not as I see fit, like, rather than as a necessary thing. Like, I'm definitely including the 281 and 280 and 282 references. So it's 282, page 113, 283, page 113. Yeah, I'm really like vibing with this music. I like it a lot. Okay, yeah, I screwed that up a little bit, but it's okay. I still have the other stuff up there, right here. Okay, so we've got 280 and 281 Q or R over Q, not R. Yeah, I knew this was gonna come at some point, but not R or S over R, Q or S over S. Yeah, because I can't have that as one long horizontal string. It'll be unreadable. So hopefully I don't have to explain how that works. Like, it's in brackets. It's got the conjunction. And then this one is 282, not P over P. And not Q over Q. Just to kind of hammer it home how that works, so people can infer it. I might include the as written text just for that, so that it's clear, like, this is just the same thing. Again, in a different, like, thing. I'd really rather not, because that's a whole lot of typing, and I don't really feel like I should, I feel like it's kind of a detriment to overdo it with that stuff. Let me look at what time it is. Wow, okay. Well, what I was gonna get at, I'm gonna save this. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. Recording resumed. The thing is, we're looking at 2.8 as written. We're going to look at the references given here. And I guess I'll have to include the as written stuff. Even if I didn't want to at first. Let's go ahead and get 281 as written over here. Okay, now I need to type out these two as written. Alright, so check this out. P or Q or R wrong one. 2283 implies P or not R or S implies P or Q or S. Right? And this is P, wrong one, 2283, implies Q, implies R. Oh, no, I wrote that wrong. P implies Q implies R, implies yeah, computer, if you'll stop being stupid. P implies R implies S. Implies P implies Q implies S. Now the thing is, that might be a typo because I don't see a not Q there. Yeah, that's kind of odd. Oh, no, I get it, okay, I get it. Kinda, I think. Assuming there isn't a typographical error, I get it. Sort of. It's gonna take a minute to explain, though. Oh, okay. That's a doozy that they did that. That's kind of mean, almost. 2.8 and 2.81. Q or R or Q, not R, or S or R, Q or S over S. So let's take a look at what's going on here. Right. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild that they did that. You're gonna understand what I mean in a minute. So check this out. Oh, I accidentally did that in 20. Well, no, I guess I was supposed to do that in 24. My brain is just a little fried. I might actually cut it here and then do 285 later. As in, like, take a break, and then stitch whenever I get around to 285 on the end of this. Or not, you know, I'll probably push through anyway, just for the heck of it. If you can't tell, I'm using the as written as like a size comparison thing. There we go, yeah, that's the right size. Okay, so let's check this out. Right. Now, what's going on here? Big guy. Like, let's actually take a look at what's going on here. Let's expand this out. So remember what I said about implication, right? So implication, remember, is not P or Q, right? Now, do you see anywhere that kind of is the case, right? Now, what could it mean here that they said 282, not P for P, right? And then not Q for Q. Right? It turns it all into a bunch of implications, is what's going on here. Do you get why? So as I explained, the reason why not P or Q is P implies Q. Like, assuming this isn't a typographical error, I'm like interpreting it in good faith, like how I think what it's trying to say here. That what's going on is that this P turns into not P and then or not Q, right? So it's not P or not Q or R. Right? And these are one unit. So not R or S is R implies S. You get the idea? And not P or not R, you follow, would be like P implies. So like if this becomes R implies S, that would be P or, like, I hope the idea is getting across. like what I'm basically saying is that these are all turned into implications by changing the, like, I think that's what's being written here. Like, the idea is like P or Q or S, whenever you put in not P or not Q or S, turns into Q, you know, not Q or S, which is Q implies S, and not P or not Q or S, which turns into, you get the idea? So like, P or not R or S turns into not P or not R or S. Do you get how that works? Like the idea here? I hope so. That's the way I'm reading. My brain is kind of fried a little bit. Okay, so that's 282 and 283. .285 is a head kicker. I'm just looking at it right now. So here's the reason why I'm looking at it. I'm going, 283. I'm at 280. Yeah, 285. That's written. So it's P or Q implies P or R implies P implies, oh, rather P or Q or R. Now the thing here is, this is where we get into the bad stuff. Add, sorry, wrong key. Sil 22A2 P or Q implies R implies Q implies R. And that's one. Now here we get into the real stuff. 255, and therefore P or Q implies R implies no, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Sorry, my rows got mixed up. P, not P implies, you would not believe what not P implies, I tell you right now. Not P implies a whole lot in this one. Not P is doing some stuff here. you'll notice it goes from 1 dot to 3. P no, not P implies P or R implies R. P or R implies R. Sil P or Q implies P or R implies P or Q implies R. 1 and 283 implies P or Q implies P or R implies not the berserk symbol, Q implies R. That's 2. Now here's the real goofy thing. Two and com. Therefore, P or Q implies P or R implies not P implies crud. Q implies R. With 254 coming in from the top rope. Implying P or Q implies R. Imply, therefore problem. So if you see that kind of a head kick nightmare, I think you kind of get the idea why I'm a little reticent. Now this references 283, right? Now the thing is, let's go ahead and have that gnarly bit just sprawled out here. Now this is the whole like thing that I explained over here. Yeah, I mean this right here ain't too bad. Like I've got the template for that. Where is it? Yeah, I think this is just the exact template. See, what I'm doing is I'm reading the hinges, right? So this is the hinge that turns into these two hinges. This is the hinge that hinges all of this and this. I'm gonna have to flip this. Flip this! Flip this! How'd that happen? That is unwholesome. That cannot be allowed to happen. How? How did this happen? This is a nightmare. I can't have this. There we go. Yeah, I mean, looking over here, I can tell that that's the hinges, right? So P or Q implies P or R implies P or Q or R? Is that? No, it's supposed to be an implies. I don't know why I put an or there. I think that's upshifted. There we go. I think now it's on point. But yeah, that's P or Q, P or R, P or Q or R. Q implies R. Yeah, so to read through the rest, P or Q into R into Q into R. And then it's not P into P or R into R. Yeah, and hold on, I need to like... I'm lining these up the way it's actually presented in the book, by the way. That's actually the way it looks in the book, by the way. That's the way it looks in the book. Like, that's not a joke. That's the exact way it looks in the book, and to, like, make sure my own brain doesn't mess with that. Because I want to pull at that like a cat pulls at a ball of yarn and start trying to fix it, in air quotes. But, like, no, that's how it actually looks. Like, that messes with my brain disease. My interminable brain disease. So this is A, B, C, D. We're doing it, lads. I'm doing it. But yeah, as you can see, this is or implies or implies. These are backwards. I mean, it's not that odd for me to have to, like, take a second glance, because it is almost always so far been, you can see how much cleaner the actual Unicode version looks than my scuffed version. But, like, it's almost always disjunctions nested in implications, not implications nested in disjunctions. That's one interesting thing about this. So let me just make sure again that I have this right. So that's P or Q into R into Q into R. And then it's not P or R into R. And then it's P or Q into P or R into P or Q into R. Ah! I fixed it! P or Q into R. Yeesh. Then it's P or Q into P or R into P into Q into R. Yeah. Like, you understand this is what they meant whenever they said it is tedious to type this out every time. Whenever they mention SIL, they're not kidding. And this is the short version. Okay. Now the real question here is this therefore going into just this section? I'm going to assume it is. But that's the problem, is that it can't just be that, because it's for the entire crud. I mean, I know how to draw that, it's just that it stinks because it's gonna look ugly. It's gonna look ugly. Ah! They're gonna do it again. Wow, YouTube, this is why no one likes you anymore. Stupid. Being annoying because you have the market share and basically are a monopoly is the greatest way to have as many people as possible wishing for your downfall at every given moment. I'm not one of them. I'm just saying, you know, because I don't really care. It's just I'm saying that that is something that you get whenever you act like that, regardless of who you are or what the conditions for that are. Okay, so that's a simple... Yeah, okay. It's gonna be reversed, though. I'm just doing this the lazy way. I'm not trying to do it exact. Yeah. And this is, flip. Yeah, and that's implying a simple one. Okay. Just shove this down here and bring all this stuff into the workspace. This will be done lickety-split. By the way, I just wanted to say that I realized that the other day that that's how you make the little arms on the Kirby guys. You see, like, that's how you do that for the right side. Like, it took me way too long to realize, like, oh yeah, that's the emoticon, little nubby arms. Little nubbly arms. Like, yeah, okay. I know that's stupid, but... The return of the Robo-Moticon. The Roboticon. Yeah, I figured that would take a little bit off the bottom of the other thing, but it's alright. Sorry if I'm being quiet, I'm just actually, you know, kind of getting in the groove. Especially given what I'm about to have to do. Yeesh. That's still only 4 of them, but bro, that is a lot. Ugh. Okay. Just a quick dithering check. This is the part where this gets, like, unwholesome. Because we're about to have to deal with... Well, like I mean, you see it yourself, what we're dealing with. I mean, it's a little silly, honestly. Yo, this is so... Ugh. Okay. I'm gonna actually go on my phone and look up the gas notation, Unicodes, real quick. Wow, I love whenever, yeah, I'm gonna keep my further annoyances to myself. Unicode. It's rendered a little differently on my phone, but that's okay. Okay, so 1, 2, 0, 1, and 1, 2, no, not 1, 2, 1, 3, 6, 9. Okay. And still, and then it's going to be oh my goodness, this is a nightmare. I mean, it's still 1, 2, 0, 2, 1. 136A. And and 283. And then it's going to be... Oh, that's it. Okay. Well, alright. That's still rough. Like, man, that's still rough. Even if it ain't as bad as I thought, that's still rough. Rough. Terrible. Okay, and I'm gonna need this for the next one as well. That'll be that and 254. Come on. Don't be a turd now. Yosh! I'm glad that this part is still pure Q implies R. Pure Q implies pure R. Do I have that somewhere? I feel like I do. Close enough. I'm just gonna scalp this. Oh, yeah. Never mind. It's me being silly. Is that dithering? What is with the dithering? No! How did this happen? How did this tragedy befall us? Wait, this is 5 wide, right? How did that happen? What is going on? Copy. Paste. What a tragedy. How has this come to pass? I don't understand it, where this dithering keeps coming from, but I'm going to put it into it. No, you know what? I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go find a non-compromised one. Okay. We have avoided the awful fate of dithering. For now. For now! Anyway. P or Q, P or R. Excellent. Okay. You know, for the first time in a long time, these are actually correct. Kind of a scary thought. Ah! Oh, okay, okay. I was misreading the bottom spacing. I was like, ah, that's too close. Okay. So that's not what I want. This is what I want. I'm going to have to take a break of sorts soon-ish, but not a long one. And then I'll just be back and finishing this. Ah. Okay, it didn't bring a stray pixel with it, that's good. I gotta remove this. Let me get the select tool. I've gotta remove this from the other one. Tinyfy it a little bit. And then, oh goodness, the next one, which is literally the same, except it ends in an implication. Okay. I'm feeling kind of stupid and lazy about that. And you know what? I think I'll do exactly that. Screw it. Just copy the whole darn thing. Uh-oh, why is that getting... Oh, because the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing upward. 'Cause the... Okay, well... I can just move the whole darn thing up no problem. They better not have given it... Okay, I'm still trying to discover the source of this awful, hideous, abominable, terrible, miserable, unbelievable dithering. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm doing it that way. Here's how to do it the fast way. I'm doing it the really, really dumb, slow way. There we go. And then just swap this one out for, hold on. Swap this out for the 3 numeral. This is the power of templating. Okay. Now, this one is P or Q, P or R, Q implies R. Okay. Shift this. Move this over. Okay, I think we got this. P or Q into R. I already have dim 1, yeah. That's P or Q into R. Into Q into R. Yeah, alright. Now this is not P into P or R into R. Is that really what it says? P or R into R. This is why you proofread. Not P implies P or R implies R. P or Q implies P or R implies P or Q implies R. P or Q implies P or R implies Q implies R. So one more freaking time from the top. Not P implies P or R implies not R. Not. You know what I mean. P implies R. And then 1 and sil implies P or Q implies P or R, which implies P or Q implies R. Which that together with 1 and 283 implies P or Q implies P or R implies Q or R. Excellent, 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 excellent. Now I gotta remember that I gotta get all this wrangled together, make sure it's clear that it itself is then 255, therefore this bro. This has got me feeling emotions. Almost done. Almost done with this. And, you know, 286 is short enough that I'll probably just go ahead and do it, but it is like almost a wet fart of a... After this, it's almost like a just, what is that? Yeah, I should do it in 3D text, just... well, not 48, but... Yeah. Just put it in 3D text for no reason. I love that. I love the idea of that, just 255 with 3D text, just to be a stupid butthole. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that, but I needed that. Oh, wow. I'm not doing that. I want to do that on one of them just as a joke, but I'm not actually doing that. That's too funny. The idea of that just strikes me as so... I can't put into words why that's so funny, but I know in the depths of my soul that that would be super hilarious to me and possibly be only, and I don't care. That would just be the funniest. Just 255 3D text for no particular reason. Oh goodness gracious. Where's the one symbol I needed from? There we go. It's like if there's any one symbol that I need for this, it's this. And now that I have the tower stacked properly, I'm not gonna stop laughing about that. The idea of that is just too perfect, like just too hilarious. I mean, look, this is too serious of a project for me to, like, do that in an early one, but maybe in a later one, or maybe the very final one, I'll do that. Just put everything in 3D text as, like, a fireworks going off kind of thing. Like, woo! I did it! A year later! Woo! You know? Yeah, that idea is just precious. I love that. Anyway, this is all to get number 2. I'll remind you. You know, I'm talking like I got it done, but I don't. I've still got the final part. This music is like perfect for how I feel about this, by the way, because once I get this done, this is the first whole chapter that will be uploaded to Imgur. Oh, yes! Okay. Oh my freaking goodness. I'm just gonna scalp this. Cut that right out of there. Again, the power of templating shows itself. Just gonna take all of this crud down here. Actually, the one thing that I need down there is this. Okay, that's for the next one. These can scoot right over here. Okay, well, I'm gonna do this. Also, wow, I just noticed that that's improper syntax, I think. Yeah, that is improper syntax. I am very grateful I noticed that. I would not have noticed it otherwise if I hadn't copy pasted it. Wow, that's nutty. That's nutty. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow. That was a rough catch. That was a very rough catch. Wow, okay. I'm kind of impressed with how rough of a catch that was. That was like... Oof. That's a little silly there. I wouldn't have caught that if I hadn't been lazy about it. Wow. It did it again, didn't it? Yes, because YouTube is awful. And they're making it awful on purpose. For reasons that only evil people can understand, I guess. And I say that because I can't imagine that anyone would make something worse on purpose for reasons that aren't of some kind of sinister origin. I just can't fathom it. Q implies R. That's my hot social commentaries that YouTube is bad and it's getting worse, and for some reason that is indiscernible other than the people who are currently in charge of YouTube are just not good people. Which is a choice, you know, it's not like an inherent thing. Like, you could change that. Like, it's not that hard to stop being, like, evil. In most respects, anyway. Like, it's not difficult to stop being a jerk. The kind of petty evil where you just ruin something for no reason, like the stuff Microsoft does, like, that is very easy to stop. Like, just stop being a jerk, that's like the easiest thing in the world. Like, stop ruining things. How hard is that? Oh yeah, it's like stupendously easy. It's so easy a caveman could do it, to harken back to the commercial series that is now old enough to drive. Which makes me feel old. P or Q, wow, is that just P or Q implies P or R? Yeah, wow. Implies not P. P or Q or R, yeah, okay. Oh, wow. What is that unholy thing? Holy crap. That is haunted. I'm getting rid of that immediately. I need to call a priest. I'm going to call a Catholic priest. Oh wow, that is that itself like that? It's not. Why is that happening? It looks just fine right there. Oh, is it just it's getting towards the bottom region of the... Yeah, okay. Oh, wow, that had me, like... Okay, I just need to move that upwards, because that looked so bad I was about to have a heart attack. Like, that genuinely looks so terrible, I don't even know how to put into words what that feels like in my gut. It's like a raw animal panic looking at that. Like, that genuinely looks so bad, I don't even, like... Hold on. I will move all of this upward. Repercussions be darned, I don't care. Like, wow, holy crap. Just to get rid of that. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's like ugly of the kind that is harmful to your health. Like, there's stuff that looks bad aesthetically, and then there's stuff that's so bad looking it genuinely impacts your physical health. Like, that was giving me, like, actual, like feelings in my chest. Like, that was terrible. Ugh. Yeah, wow, I can't even really put into words how bad that felt. That felt, ugh. Like I said, like an animal panic grew in my chest, like, ugh. Just terrible. Terrible. Oh, I'm a bit dim. I need to... leave room for the implies. And also, I need to pull this down a little bit. Yeah, that's P or Q implies R, so that's not... Wrong one. There we go. I really like this tune. It's got me like boogieing. Doing a little shuffle dance in my chair. I'm not getting over how bad that affected me, like, physically. Ugh. Okay. Almost done with this one. Let me just make double sure that yeah, okay, I got that. Go ahead and pick this fella up. $255. Oh, right. I'm stupid. It's for the whole thing. I can't put that there yet. So let me make sure I've got this squared away. So that's P or Q implies P or R. Implies not P implies Q implies R. Implies with 254. P or Q implies R. I think I did the therefore prop thing before, and I'm gonna do it here. Yeah, I don't care if you see the file thing. I name my files weird stuff. It's okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to look for that. Alright, I'm clearly going to have to look for that. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I'm not sure how I'm gonna handle accidentally showing my file directory, but whether I just cut the last minute or two and it was literally only like 90 seconds. And it was me just going, okay, where's that file? And not realizing like an idiot that it showed the file directory at the top. The only reason why I care is because, you know, on Windows 10 you have to use stuff related to your email, and it had like my private email stuff. So if I cut that, that's what it is. Anyway, I was looking for this. I kind of did this correctly, but I'm going to have to do it a little bit. Yeah. I understand why I did it that way. I'm just going to have to really put my noggin jogging onto how to get this to look right. So just to redo this, I know. This is a long enough video as it is, but P or Q implies P or R. Implies not P, implies Q implies R. Okay. And then that together with 254 implies P or Q implies R, therefore prop. Okay. Perfect. Now what I'm going to do with this is get the notation right for the and therefore prop. I want to just make sure this is centered. We're almost done, folks. I know this is a very long video. Whenever I took that very, very short break to find that image right here, yeah, yowza. This is going to be an incredibly, extremely, stupendously long video. Yeah, I'm not unaware of that. Yeah, I'm definitely not unaware of that. And then I just put prop. Yeah. Alright. Did I put the period? Yep. Excellent. Well, we're definitely done with this one. Which is amazing, incredible, fantastic, amazing, incredible, you know, all those words and things. Because the next one is stupidly easy to do by comparison. No, that's 2 and com. Okay. We're almost done. This is the finale. Shortly coming up. Now, like I said, I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to handle the stupidity of me showing my file directory, which inadvertently showed my private email. But however I censor that or whatever, I would rather like cover it up than like delete it outright. So, you know, whatever. I'll probably just do that. If I can. I mean, I'm not really great at this stuff. If I can't figure it out and it's too much hassle, I'll just delete that last, like, minute or so. Okay, I think that's good. And that's the whole shebang. Good grief. Oh my goodness. I probably have to go, save this, like, immediately. Just so I can free up some screen space. No, I'm good. I'm good. Which is excellent. I'm glad that I'm good on that because I really don't want to have to break the recording again. Since, you know, almost there and all that. We're almost there, and the next one is a single line and a very simple one at that. Like, laughably simple. And as out of place as it's going to look here, I'm just going to copy this. I didn't mean to paste that. I meant to copy. But actually, I don't need to. I'll stop being lazy again. It's like, if I look here, are you telling me seriously that, did I seriously forget to write that down? I'm such a lummox. There we go. It's 137C. Okay. Okay. This is the only thing I'm going to use it for, so I can go ahead and copy it in its parenthetical form over here. Yeah, I don't know why I have it just outside of the parenthetical, but I'll include it in the parenthetical. Okay, wow, this is going to be one huge image. The Tower of Pain right here. With a note by me. Okay, that's it. Now this is star 285, page 113. How great is that? How excellent is that? Huh? Right? We did it, fam, and the next one by comparison is stupid. And I mean, like, it is stupid that it is the last one, in the sense that it feels like, after all of that stuff, that it should be one as long as it, and it's not. It's just this. In shape. P implies Q implies P implies R. I mean implies, because duh. P implies Q implies R. So well, that worked out at least. Let's go ahead and get this slid over to the right. I was worried about a stray pixel there. Glad I had nothing to worry about. So P implies Q implies R. Alright, well. Yeah. It's a little silly that this is what's left, but hey, I'm not complaining, and that's it. That is the last of the 2 series. If you'd freaking believe it. It's almost unbelievable. For me, at least. And like I said, you know, if I've been doing this not recording, even though I know that I've spent large parts of the recording silent, especially in the latter half, and I'm sorry about that. As I was saying, recording, even when you're not saying anything, it just takes up a different part of the brain. Oh, excellent, excellent. Yes, I can just stick the thing on it and we're done. Wow, that's excellent. I am so happy about that. Oh, goodness, you have no idea how happy I am that this is simple. Like, I'm not complaining that it's not, you know, some kind of super complex one next to the Tower of Sour over there. Like, I'm totally fine with that. What I'm also super mega hyper ultra duper okay with is the fact that this is just no extra special notation. This is just a little after thingy, and you're not going to believe what this says. Not P over P. This is 285, not P over P. Yeah. 286, page 113. Note by me. I feel that way a little bit. Alright. Well, with that, we finished it. I'm gonna stop the music for a bit. My channel is Intergrade Gaming, the gaming channel, like I said. This is it for the 2 series. I'm not sure how many of these I'm going to upload because, as you saw, it took me way longer doing this recording. It just did, you know, and I like doing the recordings, and I'll probably still do them sparingly, but from now on, whenever I work on this book, it's probably going to be off the record, so to speak. That's me cracking my knuckles and clapping my hands. So I don't really know what else to do. This is like the end of this is the end of the beginning. With this, I'll have a complete chapter completed from start to finish. I have a lot of proofreading to do as regards this. Like, obviously, I have to go over and make sure that there are no major errors. The notation changing as I go through the book is totally fine. Okay, scratch all of what I said, because what I meant by that is the notation changing as I went through the very early stages of the book is fine. Like, this is me establishing how the notations, like, foundations are going to look. Moving forward, it's going to be basically the same for the most part, until and unless I get to certain spots where it necessitates, for some reason, like, entirely new graphing principles, which, looking at it, it won't. Like, this is all still, looking at it, basically going to boil down to the same thing already that I've already been doing. Sure, the symbols may change. Sure, things may get a little spicy as far as having to represent stuff, but for all intents and purposes, this is not going to get into, like, forms of notation that are going to take entirely different representative principles, and if it does, I'll adjust. You know, like, there's nothing keeping me from doing that. But this general idea that I've got already is how it will look for the most part for what I want to say is most of the book. Because, I mean, there's relations and stuff. For instance, like there exists a whatever for, right, like the existential quantifiers and stuff. I'll figure that stuff out. And I mean, I'll have to figure it out very shortly. I think the first appearance of existential qualifiers, like X always and such, is going to show up. If I remember right, it's like as early as 9. Yeah. Yep. That's going to be a pain, especially since I'm going to have to figure out how to type out very quickly phi and psi and such. Or somehow get them as notations that I can use quickly, like at hand. I'm not sure if I could somehow get like a special font that allows me to just type out phi and psi. Because this is just too much stuff to type. I mean, typing, I'll remind you, typing implies, like the imply symbol alone is holding Alt, holding numpad plus, and then typing 2283 for every single one of those. For every disjunction, it's 2228, right? I can't really be typing out, I can't be doing 4 key presses for every symbol. That's just not a thing that's going to happen. And as far as getting further in and having to deal with existential qualifiers and stuff, like I said, whenever I get there, I'll figure it out. Um, I mean, one of the real big problems with getting into that stuff, and it'll come sooner than I thought, apparently, is that that's where the that's where the book hikes up its sleeves and starts taking off the gloves slowly. Because once you get into existential qualifiers and then functions and such, like the apparent variables and such, that's where things get gnarly. And I'm not sure how I'm going to represent that in a similar fashion, other than, like I said, just try to stick to what I've already got. And I like to think I will. I like to think, like I said, that this isn't going to change much, the structure as you see it here. They're still going to be like bifurcated and sectioned off and all that. Because at the end of the day, that's what the dot notation does. That's the point of it. Outside of the conjunctions, that's what it does, right? It like separates things into segments. The where it gets tricky is just that it does that, and then there's stuff within that gets, But for now, I'll figure that out later. That's for the me of however long it takes to get to Star 9, which it won't be that long. Uh, Depending. I mean, like I said in my gameplay videos on Grim Dawn, I've got a lot of stuff that I still have to deal with, like in real life. I'm currently in a legal thing that's going to take, and it's not. It is simultaneously a legal thing. It's not a criminal thing because I'm not a criminal. I feel like Nixon saying that. I am not a crook, but like I'm just not. It's a stupid local thing, but as stupid as it is, it still has real consequences, like everything to do with law. So I'm going to have to be dealing with that, and yeah, it's the kind of thing that you deal with on your own because it's not like even if I had the money for a lawyer, I don't. By the way, it's not the kind of thing you really need a lawyer for, as grim as that sounds to come out of anybody's mouth. It's like actually real in this instance. And I don't know. I've got to do that stuff on my own, basically be my own lawyer and for a local ordinance thing. And that's going to eat up like a week of my time at the best, and I'm going to be like constantly worried about that because like I said, it's got real consequences. Even if what it's over is stupid, the consequences aren't like non-existent, they're meaningful. So I'm going to be dealing with that. I've got other stuff in my life I don't want to go into because it's personal, and I'm kind of private person for the most part. But needless to say, that's a big part of why it's taken me so long to get through the stuff. Like, I know I can't say it enough that whenever I graph on here and I go slow, it's because I'm being recorded. It's not something that you can really help. It's not something that I can really help. I don't know about you, but whenever I say you there, I mean like the big Y, you, like all of us humans. Like, I don't think it's something that a person can really help. That whenever there's a camera on you and you're mic'd up, that it just takes up brain power. At least it does for me. So, yeah, gonna save this. Don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Like I said, about that spot where I showed my file directory, but however I manage it, I hope it doesn't cut into the enjoyment of the video for you. If you had enjoyment of this, it's gonna end up being like a 5-hour long video or something like that. My stomach's starting to give me heck, and I'm getting the yawns. So I'm gonna take that as a sign that I should go ahead and cut it here and stop yammering. Thank you for watching the finale of the 2-star graphs. It's been real. Like I said, will probably come back whenever I've gotten through enough graphing that I feel like it would be worth something to show me graphing stuff. This might be the last episode just because I feel like showing off the foundations, like the foundational decisions and the process enough in the foundations is enough. And what I mean by enough is like that if you look at my other stuff from here on out, this is enough stuff, like this is enough footage of me making decisions and showing how I do this, that you can probably infer from how the graph is made and the decisions and stuff, like, oh, he's probably thinking, this, or oh, he probably did this because that. You get what I mean? Which is the point of making videos in this process, is showing my inference, like my reasoning, what I'm trying to infer from, the problems that I'm looking at, etc. Well, problems, you know what I mean, the theorems, whatever. The problems that I'm looking at from the theorems, like how to solve a certain notational translation thing and all that. Anyway, I gotta stop recording this now. I might record some Grim Dawn later, but if I do, it'll be a short session. I, again, urge you to check out my gaming channel and Tarot Grade Gaming. Here you go. I think it's all one word, but if you just look up at Tarot Grade Gaming, Grim Dawn, 1 button, man, you'll probably find it. Anyway, thank you again if you watch this thing all the way through, or even if you skipped just to the end, thank you. I appreciate you hearing this. Appreciate you watching. Appreciate everyone who watches my stuff. Don't really know what else to say. I've got a lot of proofreading to do, and I've got a lot of, as I said, stuff to worry about in real life, so I'll get back to that. Whoever you are, take easy.